Hello everyone, back on Nikolas, my Vampiir. Still having fun with him. I'm on Brotherlands 2, and I'm going to see if I can get up a level or two, and also level up my Buffbot Warden. She is only at level 11, so there's a ways to go. I hope everybody is having a good night. Well, there's actually nobody here yet, but you know, I hope everybody will be having a good night when you do show up here. I'm going to run an ad break right now because, well, nothing's happening and there's nobody here. So why make them worry about the ads? And I can, you know, not have ads for another half hour or so after this. So, ad break. And proper view. And we'll just carry on carrying on.
Hosso0312_ is now a follower.
Hello, Hosso. I thought you'd followed before, but evidently not. Or you unfollowed and refollowed. Anyway, thanks for dropping by. And that's strange too, because it's not showing there. Oh well. Twitch is not exactly stunning with the speed of their updates for things. I have to say, if you've never tried a vampire, you should. It's fun. I like it. Except that this thing is on too long a timer. That's the only thing wrong. But I can go just attack stuff, so it doesn't really matter. I think I'm still within range of my bot. She's not high enough level for me to drag her around. Unfortunately. Now. Okay, yeah, she's getting stuff off that. That's good. Right behind her. This is coruscating mine, which is not very high level, relatively speaking, but it's perfect for me at 35. I can easily do reds and oranges. And coming through here, it was all reds and oranges. Now, unfortunately, I have leveled, and it has gotten to the point where it is yellows. All right, can't be doing that. It loses the targeting on that for some reason. I don't know what I'm doing wrong. I must be misclicking somewhere off the target. Trivial. And she's almost leveled, so that's good. Oh, see a few folks out there. Hello, how you doing? Now, her, you can't see her. I was trying to display both, but I just don't have enough monitor space. So my bot is off camera. And that should do him. I got a new method of capturing the audio for game audio, so if I'm hearing it okay, I presume it's coming through okay. I didn't actually test anything. That's her leveled. But if you notice any problems with it, let me know. Okay. Don't think I've ever done the Hib Dragon or its area or anything like that. What I like about this is just how easy it is to teleport. I mean, going back to train is a little bit of a pain because I got to jump through Domnan and then come back to Magmel where she's bound. But it's not that difficult. So... But if I go beyond the entrance here, it's a bit of a pain. So... Well, that's not going well. Yeah, see, she dies. Too low level. Yeah, maybe I will try there. Feel like the volume is louder now. That's entirely possible. Here, I'll drop it down a couple of decibels. Let me try one more fight and you can compare the audio for that. Tell me how that is. Oh, I died. Oh, well. If you got a chance to hear that before I died, let me know. Have I leveled in there since? I don't think I have. No, 14 points. Gonna release anyway, so it doesn't really matter. And we'll release her. This is what I get for not paying attention, too. And hello, by the way. Okay, I'm gonna take her. You're just gonna stare at Nikolas for a moment while I train her. Which is real simple because her only real purpose is to heal. There we go. Major regeneration. That's that. And had that already. Oh, survival. Okay, sure. I'll try that one too. Okay. Always a pain. Trying to get the audio right, and when I get it right, I tend to not want to change anything on my system. As a matter of fact, it's wired up on my system to the point that if I want to play a game, not streaming it, just play a game, I turn on OBS because all my sound is wired through there. Okay, so she can go. Okay, good. Feedback is important, so thank you very much. Okay. Complete Hibland noob. Really? Oh. Be a real complete noob if I don't go to the healers and get rid of that. And on her. Ooh, it actually cost her money this time. Okay, so map. Is it the Shiro Hills that has the dragon in it? Sure. Kulderuch's Lair. Yeah, I know. I'm just trying to see where I can teleport to. Because the teleporters here are all changed, you see. So oh, Dragon Zone. Ah, okay. Right. Well, lady, you're going well above your pay grade. And we'll see how that goes. Oh, she's standing right on him. Okay. Stick. There, you're done. No, you're not. You have to cast the one buff that you can on him and a pile on you. Okay. Okay, where am I on the map? I would expect to be up top there somewhere. But I don't see a dot, and that's usually what's useful, right? We should be right here, I guess. That looks like the gap. I'm at the bottom. Oh, down here. Okay. Right. No, maybe I have been here before. Well, we know we're going straight through, and I'm not going to go very far, probably. Neutral. Okay. Yeah, if I can park her somewhere where she can't get aggro, then this would be a much better plan, I'm sure. Depending on what the mobs are like. Well. Yellow. Yeah, see, this is why I think I've been here before, is I think I was fighting up here. Yeah, not the purples. Maybe we'll fight this yellow stuff. Although they're neutral, and I would worry about faction. I lost her. Just a second. Oh, and I have things fighting me. Okay, I'll run her over to him. Hopefully. There he is. Unfortunately, her heels suck, and there's no audio from her. stick. Back to him. Now, the glimmerlings in here are something that I could fight. And if I parked her, unstick, up the hill more. What does that heal for? Much worse. Okay. So, right now, I am literally just around the corner, right? Oh, I'm up here. So I should be turning that way and going over the hill. You do that. You'll need to stick to him. See what it's like over the hill. Get rid of the map. I just had the strongest deja vu. Really funny. Now in the mid-dragon zone, it was usually safest to sit on top of the hill and pull stuff up the side. If I remember correctly. Try down here. What do we got here? Glimmer Grievers. Very purple. Very purple. Purple. I think we're going back to where we were. Yeah, the problem is... I actually think that's the zone wall there. I'm not high enough level to fight those things. I need to fight the yellow stuff at the entrance still. I do believe. See what this is here. Glimmer Ghosts. Nope, too high. Need to fight the guys at the entrance still. I'm only 36. Just try down on the flat. And we will leave her a little further away. Let's say back here somewhere. Base. And we'll try this stuff for a bit and see how it goes. Right. These things have a long aggro range. He needs to stand closer to him. I don't think he's getting anything out of it otherwise. Okay. Now she's at 2.6. Okay. Couple of fights gets her a bubble. Yeah, I might try DF again too, but the problem is that dragging her through the mobs to the point where he can get anything out of it is a real pain. I need to get her a little higher level so she can survive a hit or two in case she gets aggro. Or just not drag a buff bot around, one of the two. I'm gonna get that glimmerling there, I bet. Yep. Can I heal from here? I can. Cool. Yeah, the problem is that if I get any sort of an ad and I haven't done enough damage to it, then they turn on her and she dies. And it's pretty much a formula. I'm gonna stick her to him. So right now the theory is just kill everything and try and catch those glimmerlings before they get me. I have no idea, I didn't even look. I should look. Probably not. Oh, it looks like he needed to sell too, and I didn't. No, I think you got to go in a lot further to get there. I expect she's going to die anyway, but I hope to get her leveled first. At least. Although at least it's not hard to get here now. Now that I know the one true secret. Really, this is sort of an experiment. Most of her buffs are not applicable to him, right? Most of anybody's buffs are not applicable here. Because Vampiir is so weird. But I want to find out if I can get her to 26. I will spec her to get the bubble, and I think that'll make a bit of a difference. Right, Dracul or something like that. That's what they were in Midgard, I think. Don't need the map open, it's just cutting my peripheral vision down. Well, that's an extra big looking one. I should probably be more over towards the hillside. Less potential aggro on her, right? So, how you been doing? I forgot to ask. Now, if I get 2 of these things, I'm probably okay. If I get 3, I'm probably toast. I can have my haste up real easy. I'm trying to work out how I need to work it to have it up all the time. The answer, of course, is that if I keep fighting, I can have all 3 up. But I can't quite keep fighting yet, and I can't pull fast enough because of this thing being on a slow timer. But this is preferable to the mines. Well, I don't think she has, I don't think she has it yet. Now, I'm relying on you guys to have a big aggro range. Thank you. Oh, she just died to something. And there it is. No, I don't think she does. And it's going to have to come back. That's annoying, sir. Okay, well, I'll go run her back. Hello, Bumble Zerg. I am playing on Brotherlands 2. Where is it? There. That's the address. It's a German server. It's TOA with some quality of life stuff. I think they have 4 times experience in regular leveling and 6 times in RVR zones, but I don't want to drag a buff bot out into an RVR zone just to get her ganked every 20 seconds. If you were playing on Phoenix, a lot of people from Phoenix have come here. Doesn't mean they're going to stay here, but they're here now. Right now, though, since most of them are Europeans, right now there's only 184 people on the server. I have seen it go up to 577, where it got a little laggy. But it's fun. It's TOA. I'm still in aggro there. Aggro range of these guys. I am playing a vampire, and trying to level a buff bot somewhat in vain. Matter of fact, I'll go run her back. And Dragon Zone. Run back. You don't see her on camera, unfortunately, because I tried to have them both on at the same time, and it just did not work very well at all. Oh yeah, she should buff herself. Yeah, I know. I did do one stream on Celestius. I don't know if they're still doing it, but they were doing a instant 50 RBR test, and that was kind of fun, but there weren't that many people on there, so it was... I didn't do it again because, honestly, if there's only 3 other people I can fight, it's not so fun, right? Well, there's the old Uthgard, of course. They're making a big push to try and get more people, but I don't know that that's going to happen. And, oh, I forgot to get her res sickness gone. Oh, well, it's not like she's going to fight anything, hopefully. And there's Brotherlands. There's going to be Atlas. We have a guy who shows up on stream here every once in a while who's one of the people working on Atlas, which is kind of cool, but he doesn't really have anything he can tell us, so it doesn't make any difference, but it's kind of cool. And then there is, where is my dude? There he is. Yeah, Atlas is the one that a lot of people are pinning their hopes on, and it might turn out to be good. Who knows? Oh, my grave. What the hell? Pray. Okay, yeah, their official paperwork says they've been around for 12 years. I guess if you're going to count versions, then that's how they're reading it. Oh, yes, she should buff him for one buff that he can use. Oh, other than the damage add. See, he went straight for her. That's nasty, although at least she lived this time. That's been a rarity so far. Normally it's one shot dead. I was told 30 or 40, but yeah. Same difference. It didn't really have enough people, or it had sort of the same population as Gaheris, which apparently is still a going concern. I didn't realize that. I might actually try streaming from there once. I've never actually gone to Gaheris in the entire time that I played DAOC. Mostly because it didn't sound interesting, but it's a different form of the game. I should check it out. So I hope that people pinning all their hopes on Gaheris, on Atlas, are not disappointed by it when it comes out. I hope that the folks that are doing Brotherlands don't spend too much money and time on everything. Yeah, I'm afraid of that. I want to get her to my level as quickly as possible. I hope the folks that are running this one don't spend a lot of time and money and everything else getting it all working, and then all the people leave for Atlas. That would suck too. I mean, it wouldn't be fair to the folks here. And honestly, it's fine. I mean, I've had a good time here. I've met nice people. I've had people in stream play with me from time to time, although I usually just solo because, well, I'm streaming. Everybody might die because I get talking to somebody. That doesn't seem fair either. Why, when I don't want these guys, is there tons of them around and I get aggro, and then when I do want them, Nobody around. You, sir. Come over here. I want to kill you. Thank you for your cooperation. This will be brief. One way or the other. Yeah, so she's almost 13. It's a long ways to go. I might actually just go play her directly sometime and see how she does. Here, you're coming this way anyway. Now, I have no idea how you go about templating here. It's going to be interesting to figure that out. Guess I might as well grab him. Hopefully that's within range for her. It should be. She's giving me the damage ad. You weren't very observant. Oh, she got to 13. That's good. For what it's worth. Yeah, so I don't know where I'm going to end up either. And there is a possibility that Phoenix is going to come back, right? They kind of implied that in their closing down message, was that they were shutting down for now. Well, if they're coming back, then they're going to have a big influx of people that were fans of the first version of Phoenix, probably. Depends on what they've changed, I suppose. But that'll be annoying to the Atlas people unless Phoenix waits until Atlas has failed, if it fails, before they come back. And the problem is, of course, that everybody who's doing one of these projects wants their server to be the one that everybody's playing and their vision of the game the way they want to do it and everything. But it's potentially going to divide the player base, right? I mean, some people play live. Oh, she's going to die again. Yes, thank you for your aggro. So I'll train her and run her back again. I'm worried that, you know, some people are going to come to Brotherlands 2 and decide they like it because they put the time in. And really wish Vamps could res. That would solve everything. And some people are going to go to Atlas, and then Phoenix will decide it's ready to come back, and the people will leave Atlas and leave here and go to Phoenix. And we're going to have, like, half the population on release. Half the population on one server, and a quarter of the population on another, and a quarter on another, and there won't be enough on any one to really make it go well, and that would suck. I mean, I don't actually care as long as I get to play, but kind of like to play with other people too from time to time. Oh, the many buffs, right. This is a very old server, actually. Hang on, let me get my buff bot isn't on camera, but she got offed, so I'm bringing her back. This is Brotherlands 2. I will bring up the address again because it's on a different page of my stream deck there. It's been around evidently in version 1 and version 2 for 12 years. It's not like Phoenix Reborn or anything like that, but it's not bad. And it's including the TOA classes. It has TOA, it has master levels and champion levels, but apparently the master level stuff is just, you know, I think just go get the scrolls. I haven't really looked at that. And I've been on multiple different versions of DAOC for the past couple of weeks, so I'm getting them confused too. My last stream was from here, but the stream before that was from Celestius, or the other way around. I tried that out. And then there's, I went on to live and tried that out. My next stream is quite likely to be on Phoenix, just to say goodbye to Phoenix. It's been chaotic. Sprint, lady. So if you bring that aggro, I don't want you to die again. That's utterly pointless. I didn't train her. I just ran her straight back here. She did bring the aggro. And she died again. Right now, the command here is on. There's 176 people across all 3 realms, but most of the people are on during European time. So I'm on PST and it's 8 in the evening here. But during the daytime, you'll get 500 people on average. Just gonna pull that one now because I'm gonna get it anyway. And then we'll run her back here. No, not bad. I did notice lag at 577 people. I'm sure it, you know, is around that area, but I did check the on at that point, and that's when we were getting major lag in Darkness Falls when I was there. And I don't have anybody high enough to talk about being out on the frontiers, but okay, I chose a bad place for her to stand too. Oh, hey. Where does it drop those? Not here. Okay. That should be invigoration, and it looks like it is out. They have terrible pots here. They're useless. They're low level, and they're like 3. They're cheap, but still. Okay, so we're gonna go train her. I'm just knocking her regrowth up now because mostly all she's doing is healing him when I'm in trouble, so it's real easy. I don't have a spec for her or anything like that. What do we get there? Rage of Nature. Sure, I think that's a self-damage ad. We don't really need it. She has actually hit things. That's true, but not very much. You are allowed one. The login for this thing actually has 2 login entries so that you can fill them out and log a bot in as well as your main character. I went to the wrong spot. Where the hell am I? Galadoria. No. No, my lad. Not where I wanted to go. If I gotta go to Domnan and run back, don't I? I think there's a bug with their teleporter thing here. I think it's done that before to me, and I thought I'd click the right thing. I really did. There's probably a dungeon teleporter here, but I don't know where it is. No. Okay. Sure. I'll try and remember that. I haven't tried a warlock here. I do not know. They do have their own character planner, which would tell you some of that stuff. But I don't know. I don't think they're the... I don't think they're the original version, but if I... No? Hello, Igni1. Thank you for the information. Dragon Zone. Dragon Zone. Thank you. Not even how I ended up wherever I was before there. Are you playing here, Igni1? On Brotherlands 2? Sorry if it looks like I'm doing nothing in game here. I'm running my buff bot back to my dude because at level 13 she doesn't have great survivability. Okay. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was included with the archive and I have it all set up and everything. Well, where's that little black dot? There he is. Now this time we're going to do this more intelligently, we hope. We're going to go kill the aggro before it gets to her. Okay. That more or less worked. Oh, man. I have this controller called a Razer Tartarus, and it's awesome, but it doesn't have a grippy pad for the thumb. So I stuck a bit of medical tape on there, and I'm... Evidently, my hand is hot enough to be sort of melting this stuff. Come on, come over here. Yeah. Oh yeah, this is time consuming in a way for whatever benefit. Dude, I am glad that's got a long range. I'm going to have to get another piece of tape down the road, I think, real soon. I'm I'm of mixed feelings. I had lots of characters on Phoenix that I'm going to miss. I'm going to make sure I go and take pictures of them so I remember who the hell they were and what spec they were and stuff like that. So I can try it again. But I don't want to level all those characters up here specifically. I want to figure out where I'm going to end up. And that's difficult to say. I might end up staying here, in which case I'll make some more alts and try them out here. Or I might end up on, say, Atlas. Or Celestius. Who knows? Celestius might be good down the road, too. I had a target. I'm a terrible altaholic, and I had 10 50s on Phoenix, and 2/3 of them were templated, maybe, through the grace of my efforts and the many viewers that I had who helped me out. And I don't think I want to go through the templating process for a bunch of characters like that again. It's very expensive and time consuming to do it. It would be smarter to stick to just a few characters. I'm not usually very smart. I'm an altaholic. So I want to get my Vampiir and my Valk and somebody on the Alb side up so I can play all of the realms and take it from there. What do we want? We want that. But I don't know where I'm going to end up. When I was on Celestius, because I could try an instant 50, I tried Vampiir, and it was fun. I don't think it's like a fantastic class for RVR, but it was fun. And that's really all that matters. It's all that matters to me, anyway. If you played on Phoenix, as far as I know, the guy who used to play, called himself Pills Power, is here and on the Alb side. But that doesn't mean he's going to stay here either, so we'll see. Suppose I should look and see if any of my gear needs to be repaired. The name of the game is sort of Defend the Bot. The leveling speed isn't bad here, I have to say. I mean, I could probably be doing better solo and on the frontier, instead of dragging a bot around. But it's not bad. Not bad at all. What are we at? 2, 1, boom. Unfortunately, nobody seems to play the battlegrounds here. That may just be because they're so used to having low population that there was no point. Or that everybody's in a rush to get to 50 and does not care about the battlegrounds. But every time I've checked, there's been nobody there. So there's that. Anybody aggroing or likely to aggro my bot wherever she is? I'm going to give her brightly colored armor so I can find her. But it's, you know, it's a place to get my DAOC fix, at least. And I need my DAOC fix. You, sir, have a terrific aggro range. How about you aggro me? Thank you. Yeah, I did that once, and I haven't done it since, and I should do it again. Can you heal Nikki from here? You can. Who will do? They do seem to have a pretty short range for sharing the experience in a group. I can't put her very far away from me where she gets nothing. And I may in fact be out of range here. Nope, not. Oh, look, they deliver. What are we down on? That one. I saw him through the eyes of the bot there. Okay, that's the one I was going to try when I got to 39. So, thanks for that plan. Try a couple of heals. Nick, heal. Many heals. Oh, of course, he has a heal pot, too. No, he doesn't. No, I do not attempt to use the glowing leaves. There, thank you. That was a little weird. There are oddities here, I will admit. They may be my brain that's producing them, and I'm just misremembering stuff, but it does seem to me that sometimes things get a little bugged up and lost. But maybe the old game did that too and I've forgotten. Fine, you. Thank you. Anyway, hope everybody's doing okay. Thank you for dropping by. I see some people out there I don't know. Hello? Oh, well, Bumblezerg, thank you very much.
Bumblezerg is now a follower.
Thank you very much. What were you saying there? Two of us could do it. I could have soloed it, but I could only do one keep door hit at a time and I was tired. Yeah, no, I got you. I just would like a few extra points. To whatever degree there is a Zerg here, I expect to Zerg for ages. I don't know if they've got any bonus RP system like Phoenix did. I hate to do that. I mean, this is somebody's vision of the game, the way they wanted it to be. I don't know if it's one guy doing it or multiple. I think it's one guy administering it with some people that can do very limited things after that. And I hate to think that, you know, all us Phoenix refugees are going to come along and say, well, it's not like it was on Phoenix. It was much better there. there's stuff I really liked about Phoenix that I'm missing here, I admit. And I think they did a very good job on a lot of stuff there. So I don't want to be seeming ungrateful for all the efforts that the people have put in here, because I'm sure it's been just a ton. But I do miss some of the stuff that they had on Phoenix, and the system of leveling people up for RVR was one of them. Okay, she is at 6 point something. Oh, there's a glimmer there. She must be at a much better height. She's not getting the aggro I am, which is what I want. Oh, there she is. Barely needs it now. So this guy's going to be much more effective when I know how to template him, I hope. Oh, thank you. Whatever that is. Let's pull back a little bit, make sure she's sharing. She is at 2.5 bubbles to go. You haven't used a Tartarus controller? I gotta say I'm really impressed with it. I'm not that good with it, but I'm really impressed with it. Very handy to not get my fingers in the wrong spot in the keyboard and have to go to wherever they've set stuff up or to reprogram the whole thing. I do reprogram the Tartarus, mind you, but I have a lot of flexibility there. Going to be interesting to try different specs for Vampiir too. I honestly think this is probably the best one for leveling up, but anything, Dag? No. But Dementia is supposed to be the spec for RVR. That's me almost leveled here again. Half a bubble. And she's sitting at 2.5. And she's getting the experience for it. It's good. That being the entire point. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some cleaner and fix that with a new piece of tape. Or some other system. Maybe glue some sandpaper to it or something. I don't know. Sure. We can play. And you. Man, her heels really suck. I mean, seriously suck. And I know she's very low level, but... Oh, hey. This will be my level here. I get interrupted there somehow? That's her level. Not mine. Funny. Oh, he'll do. Oh, not without some heals, I won't. Can I heal him from here? There I can. Well, if 35 regrowth is the target, I've got a ways to go, I guess. Here's a volunteer. There we go. Okay, so back and back. That kind of worked out perfectly, actually. Oh, there's a few people I haven't seen out there before. Hello, folks. Thank you for dropping by. What am I doing first? He is training. Oh, that's good. Sure. I've never played a warden above about... I don't want to take him to the warden. That won't do much good. Above like level 22 or something like that, I think. What do we get there? Oh, I never use that. Okay, do we have enough to do 2 of those? We do. I think we're going to end up doing that. Not that it matters, I just want to do more damage and all that good stuff. But I don't really need... this to be updated. Because... that should be birding now, yeah. Because they've monkeyed with the endurance formulas here. And you don't seem to run out of endurance very much. Which was the thing that slowed everything down the most. So, I mean, you know, good. I remember absolutely loving playing a Scald in Midgard solo because you didn't run out of endurance. Endurance? Health? I can't remember. Anyway, it was so much faster to recover. Playing, not enough to do that. I guess we up nurture there. Sure. Drain, whatever. That's that one. Right, okay. I don't know, I didn't look at what I just got, if anything, but doesn't matter. At least it should make the heals a little more consistent, eh? Dragon Zone. His nibs. Dragon Zone. Wait. Follow him. And off we go. Unfortunately, that won't work for everybody. I guess hers would. Yeah, so unfortunately, to really see what the server feels like for the end game, I need to get somebody to 50. And it was either going to be this guy or the Valk, basically. And then, I don't know what on Albion. Something, but I don't know what. What do you think's a good solo class for Alb? Something like Friar? I haven't played a Friar in 15, 16 years, probably. Never had one at high level again. Never did that. I think I had one up to the 30s or something. Once. And down she goes. Reaver. Yeah, Reaver is one that I seriously thought about. Oh, I got another one. And I would hate to be Bridget. Okay, we'll run her back. Yeah, that sounds like the choices that I might make. I looked at Heretic in the character builder, and it looked interesting. I've never played one at all. So that might be a good reason to try one. What has it done here? See, it's like randomly sending me places. Back to Domnan. Back around. Really? Really, Mauler? If I want to be a bull. Or cow. Oh, I suppose I could sell. Somebody here has to be a merchant, right? Not just bloody trainers everywhere, probably in a tree. There's a merchant. You will do, sir, or madam, as the case may be. Right. I just don't know. I don't know. I think it's just that the idea kind of seems silly to me. But yes, I could try Mauler. I've never tried that either at all. I did end up trying a Savage on Phoenix, and I quite liked Savage. It was cool. Brent. She's up to 274 gold, and she's, I mean, when I was playing her, she probably made 60 silver, and then she became a buff bot. That's quite funny. Probably means that Nikolas is kind of weighed down with crap, too. Okay. Healer. Pay the bill. All of 16 silver. You, sir. This time send me to the Dragon Zone, not a random location. Thank you. Power. Power is an animist. Okay. Oh. Speed. I do have the speed. Well, now I have it again. What was I gonna say? I'm streaming this game because I think it's a great game. I think more people should try it out. Lots of people have never heard of it. The people that played it in the past know about it, of course, and I have had a few people show up on stream who basically just thought, well, I'm going to go look on Twitch and see if anybody still plays Dark Age of Camelot. And they were overjoyed to find out that there were people playing it, that it was still going, that there's, people streaming it and everything else, and a few people started playing it, which is kind of cool. Brought people to Phoenix. Probably 5 or 6 people at the most to Phoenix, but still, everything counts. Oh, I'm in a fight. This is actually kind of fundamentally why I don't like buff bots. I don't like needing to have one. It's unfortunate that the game was built to have a reliance on buffs the way it does in order to be balanced. But I do like the approach that they took on Phoenix with the pots. They are talking about coming up with NPC buff merchants for this game, which I'm glad to say was a thing I was suggesting they ought to do, and I don't think that anybody listened to me, but it is a thing that they're talking about. The reason I was saying I thought it would be a good idea is just that if there's a limited number of clients that can connect to this server, then anything that takes really unneeded clients away gives somebody else access to play on the server, because it does suffer from lag from time to time. Yeah, I do have a lot of crap on me. A lot of the same crap. Here, sir. Come here. Too far away. Are you now? No? Now, there are keep takings happening, towers being taken, whatever, relics. So there are evidently enough people out there to manage to take a relic and things like that. But how was Nikolas? He could use a heal if I'm within range. There we go. So there is things happening here. Which is good. As much as I actually like leveling characters up in this game, and I do. Oh, there she goes. Yep, toast. I'm going to have to just spend some time leveling her on her own, I think. Since I get so little benefit from the buff bot, the main reason to level up the Warden was the hope that I could take advantage of having a bubble, basically. So it's sort of an experiment as to whether or not it's really worth it. For all I know, I can't, you know. I really wish that they had another vampiric bolt as a pull or something. Oh, lovely. Thank you. The thing is that, like, look at my endurance. It's at full. It never goes down at all, really. Now I do have a pot on there, but even without that, they've monkeyed with the endurance and the power regen here. Well, you won't see it on him because it's at its cap right now, but it comes back much faster than it used to. So I thought about a bard. And honestly, I don't... I had a bard on Phoenix up to 30, I think. I don't know. I didn't know which one would be best. I started off with trying a druid. So I have a druid at like level 12 or something like that. And then I have the warden here because people were saying, well, you might like warden better for this reason or that reason. And I don't have a feel for him as to what would make the best bot. Warden isn't brilliant either, to be honest. Actually, I'll release her. There's only one buff that she has. I can use the damage add. That will help to whatever degree the damage add helps, but there's only one buff there that she can cast that affects him. Vampires are so weird because there's so few things that actually affect them. Like, because you get the inherent... I've got plus 96 con, dex, and strength, and plus 64 quickness inherent from the class. So you kind of carry your own self buffs, right? Which is cool. But... does mean that it's probably the class that benefits the least from having a bot. Now, endurance, maybe at higher level, the endurance will get severe and I'll want it. And maybe a bard would be a better choice. But if I'm going to do that, I probably should level the bard up on their own and then join them up here. I'll just do them on the other account. Because, it's not... I suppose if I'd started them at the same time, it would work better, but I didn't. I don't have enough power. Rats. Now I do. Do that in potion. Should look at my equipment too and see if it's still valid. It's all DF gear, so it's not brilliant, but... Where did I leave the body? Oh, I got rid of her, right? She's sitting in Magmel. Man, they do have a long aggro range. Thank you. Now, just friggin' heal for a moment, please. Whenever that wears off there. Yeah. Yeah, I can believe it. That is true. I'm saying that I'm not having endurance problems, but yeah, I do have the endurance regen sword I keep forgetting about. But the pots are also really crap. I mean, I think the thing I'm using is level 10. Maybe I should go back to DF. Oh, more people out there I haven't seen before. I'll tell you, it's funny. I take a look to see how many viewers have watched my videos, my VODs, and I upload them to YouTube and everything else like that. I haven't uploaded last stream I did to YouTube, but Twitch's ability to play VODs crashed and stayed crashed for hours and hours. So I have like, 150 views, 240 views, and then last week's 7 views. Really sad. Yeah, I'm sure it probably is all I need. I'm getting 2 of them. Hey, thank you for delivering. I'll probably get 3 if I don't back up. Too many queued up. So, since I'm sitting here waiting to heal up again, yeah, see, it keeps doing that. Why is it doing that? Because I've used them up, but it keeps the location rather than the item. Fistwrap Mauler is going to be using the same weapons that Savage does, basically, right? What's a Mauler gameplay like? Just idle curiosity to get some information on it. And they're going to be the same in all 3 realms, too, aren't they? Oh, lovely. Thank you for turning out. This is actually Not a bad experience. Nowhere near as bad as the game was at the start. Terribly slow then. Right. The other thing that's kind of funny about this class is because you have the inherent buffs, you can't get a lot of other buffs, which is fine. But you don't see them. They're just there, right? I mean, 96 con, great. I have a con of 223 right now, but I don't see it. I don't see a little thing up here, icon up here saying, hey, you're buffed. Now, those buffs can't go down, which is cool. Oh, I'm dropping stuff. Maybe it's time to try DF. Again. So what has he got for funds? 516. And... oh dear. Now, I wish you could just teleport to DF too. That'd be handy. I'm Legan. Thank you. I do like the fact that, I guess because they didn't have high enough population, DF is always open, which is kind of cool. Oh, no, no, no. Nope, need to sell crap first. How many years have those levers been there? You'll do. Sorry, fighting with the cables. Don't know where I got 7 sapphire steels from. But that's okay. No, we don't want to get rid of that. Get rid of that. That up there, maybe. Don't have very many healings. That's fine. Now we can go play DF. What do you mean, free at login? No idea what you meant. Sorry. Seals. Oh, I see. Yes, yes. Yeah. Which is good, but I have like 14 of them now or something. 14. Not enough to actually get anything, I don't think. But I still take the point. If I just keep logging in and getting some of those every once in a while, I can buy some better equipment for them down the road. Guess I can log her off. Always love DF. What level do I need to be to go into the labyrinth? I'm going to close that client. There. Yes. Now, when I got down here, it was left, I believe, to get to the lilies, which I will be... Yeah, they're blue to me. Who cares? Gonna end up fighting one probably, but... Man, I do not know the hip side of DF at all. Not worth beans. Okay, we'll take you. Trivial. You guys not aggro, or did I... Oh no, you're aggro. Lots of them. Just a very short aggro range, which is good because it's all smaller rooms. Rocots appear to come in threes, which is annoying. Every time I've fought them here, they've come in threes, so I want to avoid them. They're not something I actually fought in mid much at all. Well, that's going lower. That's no good. And I usually expect going up would go lower. No? Okay, good. What are we actually at? Seals. 125 sapphire, 14 emerald. See, you kind of have your own heals and everything here, which I like. Not that efficient. Watch aggro at the end of this path. Yeah, I'm sure. Try up the steps. Pretty much the Solturn Hibernian Raven. Huh. Pretty much the only time I've done the Hib side of DF was playing my Shadow Blade or somebody like that, and I wasn't fighting any of the creatures, of course, because you're, you know, leveled up. Watch the aggro, they say. No aggro. And I can't pull until this thing's up again. Funny. The end. Okay. I will do this thing in a few fights. I want to get the full DF experience. As somebody who is in many ways a Midgard tourist in a Lurrikeen suit. One of these. Yeah. No, I have been here before. There we go, aggro. Thank you. You were saying I foolishly got aggroed. And this might be it. Because there's 3 of them. I don't think I can drink one of those in combat. This will be it. It'll be a brief tour of DF unless I'm remarkably lucky. I don't think I'm going to be. I am lucky. Hear me roar. I was warned. You were correct. I paid no attention. Oh, hey, Safs. Awesome. I'll tell you, I know that they shouldn't monkey with every class, but if they were going to make a change to Vampiir, I would like them to give us just a little bit more power. Just a hair more. What we have right now is just too on the low side. Set. So that was actually kind of lucky. We're down to 1 healing and 6 end. Change it to the bottom end, which is going to expire in 2 minutes anyway. And go back to the seal page. My gear is all still yellow to me, other than the gray thing that I have there. Oh, thank you. I didn't have to pull. Appreciated. On the other hand, I didn't have all my health back, and now I still don't. Where can we sit? I need to get some of those tinder boxes. That's what I need. You get those on the frontier, don't you? if they affect a Vampiir. Tuna dog? Oh, I can buy them? I will be doing that then. See, normally if I was getting enough sapphire seals to buy something in DF, since I'm leveling up, it would be a weapon, but I really don't want to give up the Vampiir weapon. So, it ain't going to be that. I guess it's go pick a piece of armor and go with that. I know a lot of people hate leveling. I find it kind of relaxing. Occasionally tense-ish, but somewhat akin to playing a lot of like real-time strategy games and stuff that I used to play and things like that. Just a thing I can do to entertain my brain without completely stressing out over it, whereas RVR can be really nerve-wracking at times. Much more challenging. This is pretty mindless. But still. Now, with no other way to pull... Well, there's a thought I never had. No. Okay. Wondering whether or not I missed out on the fact that I could use thrown weapons or something like that. But no, it is not to be. Hey you, come here. Right, cast it anyway because I can cast while moving. Oh well. Oh, thank you. Honestly, really not in much danger against any single opponent. Up to including some light purples. You could use that term. Not bad at all, this guy. Oh. I attempt to use the Ross gem because I'm down to the last one of these suckers. See? That's the best healing potion I can get. Level 20, and it comes in 3s. Really? 100? Sure. 100 I could use. Three is just a bit lame. What? You're not coming to me? I wasted that? No, I didn't. I got aggro. You did say watch the aggro. I did not watch the aggro. I don't know if there's better crafted ones or not. But yes, I could. Maybe they've just done them all as crafted. Boom. For what it's worth. That. You can tell that somebody who did the normalization for this, or localization for this to English, spoke English. but not quite right. You need to wait 1 mors secondes for cast a spell. Very close. Thank you. Much better than my German would be, but still. You're going to pop on me suddenly? Or are you just going to ignore my pull? Okay. Come on, aggro me at least. Going to be back up again in 3 seconds. There we go. You want to play, right? Well, then maybe that's it. Maybe it's craftable stuff, and they've only put the low-level ones in to start new players off. Suppose I could be jumping down on the side there. What are those? Oops, I did anyway. And now we have 2. This may be brief. This will be very brief. We'll go look at Tir na Nog. Fail. I need a fail button. I used to have one. That was amazingly quick, too. I wonder if I couldn't actually hit him or something. Okay, see the lovely horse goddess first. Thank you. So, then we want to go to housing. And Tir na Nog, I gotta remember that, but entrance. Very slowly. Market Explorer. Now, I'm going to want player crafted. Let's see what Invig brings up. For endurance. Strong Draught. Okay, level 40. Yes, that's exactly what it is. They're crafted. Draught. 20. That's all Invig. Doesn't look like there is one in between. And I aren't 40, so I can't use the 40. Right? Does they... Oh, bonus level 30. I can use it. Okay. And they're not that expensive. How many uses are there? 9. That's a bit better. Okay, we'll buy one of those. Same pay 20% extra thing there. Only I didn't get one. What? Oh, okay. So no. Screw them. That's why I didn't buy it. That one was priced at 40 plat. Somebody, several of them here. So that's people screwing people over. Nine charges and 70 gold. That's a much better price overall. Sure. Now, Also level 40, also usable at 30. Now I think that I can use these where I can't use the regen things and stuff like that. And what is the number on that? 9. So I'll take 3 of those. And line them up. There. And we will go to Tirnanog. Tirnanog in all your glory. Thank you. Do you have any idea where I buy the tinder boxes? Just out of curiosity. 22 sapphire seals. We're getting to the point where we could actually do something with them. That's cool. I had a feeling that you bought those near the entrance. Magmel entrance. Right, that's what I thought. Yeah, okay. Somebody else must have told me about that before. You. Okay. I'm getting old. Getting old? I've gotten old. I forget things. All too often, actually. It really sucks. What about a horse? That I should get a horse? Horse quest. Where do I do the horse quest? Not him. Horse merchant. Hey. Horse voucher, yes, but do I have to do a quest first, or is that to get the horse quest? That's to get a horse. Stable master. There we go. Accept. Okay, journal. What do I have to do for the basic horse quest? That's it? Wow. Ah, okay. Go get the saddle from Luergor, Cliffs of Moher, and Tyr. Yeah, sure. I just cleaned my desk up. I have no pen and no stickies. It'll probably tell me in the journal, I know, but I'll look right back down. Are you a pen, sir? You appear to be. You are a dead pen. Ew. Two, 6, 8, 5, 9. Bye. 4, 3, 7, 7, 7, 2. Hold on, I don't even know where Cliffs of Moher is. But sure. Although, honestly, I do have my own speed, so getting a horse is maybe less useful. Fancy. Okay, so now we need... tinder boxes. Thank you. Zone, please. Thank you. We need to replace the tape. Getting really, really irritating. Right, over here. Okay, now I'm probably going to need to teleport to wherever I'm going to get to Luergor, Cliffs of Moher. After I figure out where it is. Why do I have no speed? Map. Cliffs of Moher. Oh, okay. Out to the west. Oh, so I could probably just fly there, eh? Because I have a feeling there isn't... Oh, you can port to Tur Urfost, can't you? Maybe not from here. No. I was sure I'd seen that as a destination that you could go to. I'm not confusing it with TNN either. Oh well. You have a better suggestion as to how to get there? Maybe I saw a horse to Cliffs of Moher. In which case I can go and rack up some more coffee or something. Parthenon Farm, Druinlegan, misspelt, Hirnam Bale, which is down south, and House, which is down south, so no, I can't. So I suppose it's better to port to Drumlegan and run from there. Oh, do I have crap to sell? Just all the potions and crap I bought. Alright, pages of that stuff. Then lead to Drumlegan. The top, isn't it? There, yes. Yeah, that's what I ended up doing. Well, I'll take the hasten, just in case it's better than mine. From Kane, Conla, and North Tiernanog Gate. No, none of those are useful to me either. This is why you want a horse, right? So. Yeah. I'm still not up to actual haste speed. In which case, my speed isn't as good as a horse's, is it? Unless they've upped the speed of the realm here. Oh well. Don't know if I've ever been out this way or not. I probably have, but I don't remember it. So, reorganize the crap. Don't imagine the stuff that's out here right now is of any danger to me whatsoever. I'll tell you, it was entertaining doing the Phoenix Horse quest. I did it on my Thane. And, why do I keep hitting the wrong one? And that was like a serious amount of money and time and effort to get that done. Sorry, adjusting the stupid pad again. Yeah. Do you remember Big Points? I appreciate the help, by the way. Do you remember where Luergor was? Is he out in the middle of nowhere, or is it, you know, some point on the map that I'll be able to see? He'll be coming in around there somewhere. Yep. Okay, yeah, it's probably I mean, I've got coordinates. I just don't remember how the coordinate system works worth a damn. So I'll have to monkey with that, but that's okay. That's figuring stuff out too. And it's all gray. Has a name. Isn't NPCs. Right. We'll go to Tiergarda and enter Urfost. Usually right up the road. Tiergarda is going to be a tower. Thank you. I know that they try to make everything an adventure and give you things to do and everything. But with the horse thing, to me, it seems like you ought to just say, "Hi, I'd like to buy a horse." They say, "Oh, you have the money?" And if you do, you get a horse. Not a quest to go get all the things done and everything. But, c'est la vie. Lurgor, okay, not so harsh. Oh, do you have to unlock the horse guy still here? There is, I'm sure. And I just noticed the map does have the numbers on it, which I don't remember being there before. Journal. I got a saddle. Okay. Joy Oblis. Return to the stable master. And we can go direct to Tirnanog. So we'll do that. Oh, no, we won't. We'll... Yeah, what the hell. Gotta go pee anyway. Oh, by Dragonfly. How fancy. And fairly fast. I'll be back in just a sec. I gotta go do the bathroom thing. That's all you need to know.
No one cares about the details.
Yeah. Standing in the floor was a little different. Now, where am I on the map here? Right, I remember this from before, and I could never understood why they reversed the map here unless it's some reference to Tolkien or something. Just seems odd. Oh, to go all of 5 feet. Have a saddle. Not actually a link. Journal. Talk to the dude. I don't have a horse. Didn't accidentally give me one? No. Oh. Does it put it under mount? Should be here. It does not. I have to go get one. Dude. Am I getting ahead of myself here? I'm kind of missing the horse. None of those links does anything other than produce this stuff. I'll just keep doing this and see if you do anything. Horse voucher I have. Can I now get friggin' horse, or do I get it from the horse stable master? No. Step 11, nothing. That's refreshing. Don't need the map. See, there's this little matter of the missing horse. What am I doing wrong? Ah, okay. Well, I think I have to get the blacks. Oh, actually, white. I'm already pale. Why not? Okay, now we need the mount page. Drop that there. Then we need an icon, right? Plenty of space. Can't call it in town. Our cat is having fits. Yeah, just confusing because the dialogue didn't work quite right, and stage 11 wasn't documented, and maybe it's all me, right? Okay. Yeah, it's the same speed or faster. And then I need to look into getting a saddle and all that stuff, right? I don't know if the saddle increases the speed. It used to at one point, I think. Can you call a horse here? You can. Oh, that kills the horse? That's a silly thing. Try that again. I've lost all my people except for Big Points and one other person. I'm going to assume somebody streaming actual RVR is on right now, and that's quite understandable. It's funny, on this server, I've seen the enemy twice in Darkness Falls, and both times they just ran straight past me because they weren't gray ganking. I'm not used to that. It sure wasn't that way on live, I'll tell you. Not too bad. It would have been handy if there was a bug that let me ride my horse in Darkness Falls. That would have been funny. Dangerous, but, you know, funny. Past my speed. It's only been 2.5 hours. Nightbot and Own3D and Stream Elements are all bots that I have invited to monitor my chat because I use Own3D overlays, but with Stream Elements information, and Nightbot is actually managing the chat, you know. Okay, so we were going right from these guys, then left past these, and up here. Those are easier down there, so that's no good. I know that Hib has the biggest section of DF, I think. I presume that was to intend them, like to encourage them to take it a lot as a good place for leveling. Although the reality is Midgard was the one that took it all the time, on Percival at least, because it was nowhere good to level in Midgard. One of you volunteer, please. Oh, several of you have. Okay. Oh yeah, Sapphire's paid. Not a huge heal from that potion either, I gotta say. Where are we? 36? 37. So with some more coffee, I could make it to 40 with some luck. And an awful lot of killing things. Oh, really? Already? These are supposed to be 9 charges. Is that going 8 now? It is? Okay. Didn't think I'd healed 9 times with that. Didn't think I'd healed once with it, actually. Oh, come on. You can figure it out. No. Pathing sucks. Oh, somebody else figured it out. Apparently they have a whole box just to do pathing here. Which I wasn't aware was a thing, that it could be separated. Yeah, see, they just don't... They don't come. Then they do. Okay, so it's bugged is what it is. That's a bit different. Get that haste going. Pretty huge, actually, the effect the haste has. I could wish the heal was a bit more profound, but then if I actually had proper resist, it probably wouldn't be too bad. Oh, and what did I do but go and buy a whole whack load of these, which I wasn't using. So we'll drop one of those too. That should help. Oh, much better. Doesn't actually tell you the numbers. Must be getting them from above. Well, that'll be cool. Yeah, that'll be cool. I don't know what it is about this combination that I really like. I mean, Um, I tried Savage and on Phoenix, and I wanted to make a two-handed Savage because I remember way back in the day when Savage came out, there was this really cool guy on Midgard who'd made a two-handed Savage and had all the support he needed and everything, and he was really kicking butt. And when I tried it on Phoenix, it was terrible. I mean, it worked, but it wasn't worth doing. So I tried Savage and then decided against the two-handed version and went with hand-to-hand, and that was much better, I have to admit, easily. But I didn't like hand-to-hand. The whole concept of a Savage is somewhat strange to me anyway. And I might end up feeling the same way about Mauler, I'm not sure. I could try that, though. The thing I didn't like about Savage is I'm playing an MMO, and the core of all of these characters and things is hang on to your health. And what do you do with a Savage? You toss health willy-nilly, right? I mean, you have to manage it, or you die, but it just seems contrary to everything with character design. It's clever. PNA plays, which isn't on and hasn't been around that much because he's not playing right now, but he was a massive Savage fan, which is why I tried it. So, aggro, death from above. Gonna die. Well, you did say watch the aggro. What's annoying is I'm only a 1.7 bubbles from leveling again. I will be big. Yeah, I know. It just wasn't my thing. So I don't know what it is about Vampire that I like so much. But I do. I really like it. I just don't know why. We are going south, yes. No. This. Then that. Since evidently drinking and driving isn't allowed, and you can't have a pot, drink a pot while riding the horse or the horse goes away. Right. Yeah, I don't know if they've monkeyed with horse speed or if it just feels faster because the character's so small. I have to try riding a horse on a troll to compare it. Yeah, I know. They are really made to be grouped up, and not so good for solo. And that's all there is to it, really. How about Mauler? Do you know anything about him? Ever played one? Because I sure haven't. Right, that's where we are. Right. Okay. Anybody playing aggro? No? Thank you. Actually, considering I didn't get any of those buffs off there, I thought I had. That's actually pretty good. Yes. Here we go again on my own. And me attacking my grave somehow. This could be seriously repetitive here. Although I have all 3 buffs up, not enough. Grr. We'll try that again. Sadly. I think I'm going to go and do some maintenance here for a second, though, on this stupid thumb pad. Healer. Thank you. From Legan. I'll be back in a second. Okay, forgive me a sec. I'm just finding this little bit of tape is coming off every few seconds. And I'm going to move the character all over the place doing this. If there's one fault with the Razor Tartarus, it's that they didn't put an inherent sort of built-in ridge on this thumb pad. And I mean, I don't know what they thought people were going to use it for, but movement seems like a likely thing to me. And it just does not work the way it was built. I may actually get, I don't know, some sandpaper or something and try gluing that on. Or I've got a Dremel somewhere. I could put some ridges on the thing myself. That might do it too. Oh, it's a bit too big. Okay, let's try that. I have this song that's playing right now. I think it's trying to capitalize on the popularity of ASMR or something. Okay, where did I end up? Way off in a corner. Okay, endurance. Right, we're gonna go out and use the horse. It doesn't matter. One of the reasons I picked Vampire, well, there's two really. I played one on live, till like level 39 or something. I think I left him in Molvik. And I really liked it. And then when I was thinking about playing on a new server, I was thinking, well, you know, that's the character that is going to least require or be able to take advantage of buffs. And I don't really want to have a buff bot dragged all over the place. And then I decided maybe I should have one and change my mind. But I'm actually kind of happy to not have to do that as much to level up. You can't use one in RVR on this server, apparently, so it won't be a factor there. That's fine. And he's actually pretty reasonable at leveling. Okay, now we can't have the horse. Deja vu all over again. This way here, isn't it? Yes. This way to the Lilith spawns. And that one green-plated fiend. Oh, big monkey. Grave for the guy who was fighting here with his bot and alt and everything. Last time I came through here. Any aggro? Yes, there we go. Could just stand and fight yellows, I suppose, but I like fighting oranges instead. Plus, it's funky flying everywhere, even if it's not high speed. Now, I'm going to be sad when this weapon goes blue. Okay. Yeah, sure. I'm not sure. Sunday night might be the last time I'm streaming before they shut down, Phoenix. And I kind of wanted to go do the last night on Phoenix, even if there's only 2 people there and all I do is sit and talk. Just to I don't know, be sentimental. Actually, I had a really good time there. So that's where I'm getting the aggro from. It's from the ceiling. Oh yeah. I'm not in combat. Oh, I see. I am. I still have my weapon out. There we go. Come over and get cozy by the fire while I skewer you. Thank you. Much better when you remember the rule, nobody ever looks up, which they often don't. Okay, sit for a second. Literally sit for a second. Good enough, we hope. Windcast. I get too many queued up, I think, is the problem. There we go, that helps. Of course, I could choose to not fight oranges. That would probably help too. As nice as the haste is, it's actually the deter attack that is really the important one, I think. Makes a huge difference. Okay, good. Power tap won't do me any good, I don't think. Couple more fights and I should level again, which would be cool. Which will make me 38, I think. 38, yep. Well, there's one of them. Okay. That's cool. $18 more seconds. That sucks. Oh, why waste those? And the power is going to go anyway. That was too bad. Oh. Those don't last long enough either. Alright, I bought 100 of them. Oh yeah, what do we have for seals? 38 safs, not bad. Now maybe a sword with power on it would get me back to the minimum faster. There we go. That was all it took. That's cool. Now, did these change con? They did not. That's 40 seals. For what it's worth. Oh, pretty good. Pretty much one seal per. Which is all right. Going to be many of these guys to level up that way, but okay. Yeah, life tap. Nothing wrong with life tap. Love life tap. There we go. Real close there. We'll just await the inevitable aggro standing. Will we? No, I'll take the risk of that. What's the name of that sword? The dragon scale? Oh, dragon scale weapon. So the dragon scale piercing, whatever it is. Right. I'll have to go check that out too. Going to require an awful lot of time down around the dragon, I guess. Damn thing, those things fade quick. Hit the wrong one. Any more up in the sky? Right. Gonna be a while before I can take advantage of that. Yeah, you go through those things quickly. Pots, that is. Oh, and free ad. Possibly free trip to my bind point. Looks like it. Yep. I hit the button. Die and learn. Okay, see the lady first. Take my money, please. Yes. Yeah, 64 points ought to be able to do something. Oh, loving it too. It's all right. It's, I think, why do I keep, oh, because I had the, yeah, buff bot. I keep going to the warden trainer. It's 4 times regular experience regularly and 6 times in RVR zones, I think. So I am 38, newly arrived to 38 just a little while ago. And solo, I have 1 day, 1 hour, and 12 minutes. Basically solo. I think I grouped somewhere in there. Probably with big points there. Next regen, that's lovely. I like that. And enough points to put that in there and spend them all. Done. Next regen. I think I might have been using the wrong haste. Stop doing that. Now, let's just check that one, too. That's yellow. That one's still blue. Okay, trained, all the points are done, done. Yeah. No, that was the one I was on, I think. 36. Too short. This guy has problems with doors. Drumlagen, and away we go. Right. Okay. It's fine. It's not quick. But it's not as slow as the old game was. And there's probably lots of tricks I've missed. I don't know if there's things that are dropping that I could be turning in somewhere. I don't think there are. End pot. And horsey, please. And we're on to the next one of these. So there might be lots of tricks I'm missing, stuff that I could be doing or particular quests. I haven't been doing quests, I've just been grinding. I'm not really a quest person. Big Points there reminded me to do the horse quest, so I got a horse. And if I have to do quests to get barding and stuff like that, I guess I'll do that stuff too. But mostly I kind of want to rush ahead as fast as I can on my own, which is probably counterproductive. Suppose I could go look and see what sapphire seals get me too. Yeah, too bad I can't trample around DF on the horse. That would be cool. Yeah, I'll go shop for some armor and see if there's better armor. Or gems and crap. Like I have a bracer that's utter crap. Where is the merchants? Are over here, aren't they? Don't remember which one takes what. Emerald. Diamond, don't got those. Diamond, no. Sapphire. That's cloth. I most assuredly do not want cloth. But I have a gray bracer, 2 gray bracers. What do these give you? Anything worth mentioning? Dex, blades, and Celtic Duel. Not so much. Strength, empathy, and crush. That wouldn't hurt. Empathy isn't too useful, but you know. What about the belt? Con, empathy, and strength. Why empathy? I don't think empathy is affecting anything on me, is it? Oh, it is. Oh, it is. Okay. Hey. I could spend 36 on a belt. What have I got for now? Right now, I have a gem-covered belt, which is what? Crush, slash, and thrust 5. It hits 32. That's actually not that bad. It's not great, but it's not that bad. What about the jewel? That came from DF, so it was, yeah, that was deliberately bought. Name and cloak. Charisma, no, don't need that. Body and heat would be nice. Okay, so this bracer here was the one that had Celtic Duel and crap. That one. Strength, empathy, and crush. Sure. I'll buy a bracer for 34. Buy. Capped there, not capped on con, capped on dex, not capped on quick, not capped on empathy. So I could do more on empathy, quickness, and con. And otherwise it's not worth it. Now for resists, I'm getting better at crush. Everything else absolutely blows. It's the resists that I need to work on the most. And I mean, that probably means going and getting that quest necklace that has the 8% on everything and stuff like that. Can't do that yet. And now we don't have enough of those to get anything else yet, so that's fine. Back down to getting killed again. I don't know what it does for vamps, to be honest. I'm going to assume it does something towards my spell damage. There's big monkey and little monkey. I mean, maybe it affects the claw damage. I really don't know. There. Yeah. The claw is my major damage. Yeah, I'm hitting for 170 a shot there every few seconds. Whereas my regular damage is 70, I think, or something. Don't know if it affects the heal or anything like that, because it doesn't actually tell you the numbers on the heal. Hey, I want that. So I do okay damage with the dagger there. Actually, I think it's a rapier. Yes. I'm not complaining about that, but most of it is actually done with my claw easily. And considering I get a self-haste, that one right there, it means that the claw is just constantly doing stuff. Oh, is it? Okay. It unfortunately doesn't last very long, but okay, it works. I will give it that. I'll spend a fortune in potions here. Probably a good server to be a crafter on for like alchemy and whatnot. But this is the big one, deter attack. Oh great, I'm gonna die again. Unless I'm remarkably lucky. Which I have been in the past. But I don't think so here. Well, maybe. No, that's really pushing it, guys. Yeah, toast. Oh, whatever. Go away. And that's with the new heal. I need the damage resists. Send me to glorious Dunlagan. At this point, I'm practically a commuter. Yeah. I might have to do that. The controller I've got here will let me build up a series of things. Macroed like that, I guess. I could do some quick binds, I guess. And tie those in on my controller. Or build up actual macros of things. I haven't done much with the macros on this. I think I had it set on Phoenix for twisting on my minstrel or something like that. That's about it. What are we at here? 10:30. I started earlier today. Unfortunately, my wife is homesick, so unfortunately that she's sick, but it means I didn't have to go pick her up at her work either, so normally that's why I start later on Thursdays. But not today. And she's doing better. So, I'm going to have to find a... I'm going the wrong way. No, I'm not. I'm just easily lost. Well, those have gone blue. Well, blue and yellow. Aggro. Trivial. Except it took away my speed. Which didn't give it back to me either. Did I move while I was casting it? Probably.
Hello there.
Oh man, you made me jump for Cora. Good for you. How you doing? No, when I went whenever I fought the Rokots, I got 3 of them. Little bit, yes. That was funny. And of course, part of the reason that it's there as a sound effect there. We want one of these, and we want to pray. Oh, not bad. Not bad. I am 38. 38 and a third. So, still climbing. Managed to kill my buff bot probably 20 times today. Gave up on her. And I've been dying regularly to the weird pathing and aggro in this spot. And lag. We're lagged. Well, she's not very high level either, so... I mean, I'm level 38. I've been dragging around a level 13 buff bot. Wow, we are completely lagged here. I expect to wake up dying or something. There we go. Good, it didn't just, like, continue to add up my damage, but not... It's still doing something weird. Yeah, it's gonna kill me here. It won't let me attack. But it'll do damage. Darkness Falls, detected as frozen, restarting the zone. Interesting. Didn't know it would do that. Doesn't help me in this case. But that's a new thing. How are you doing, Fakora? Have you been playing anywhere? Doing anything of interest? Oh, well, it also locked up. I'll be back with a game in just a second. Unless restarting the zone meant it restarted the server. Okay, we'll try that again. Some fishing before the storm hit Sweden. I didn't know you were having a storm. How's that password? Do you like that one better? You do. Thank you. What'd you get for a PC? It's a store if you can go outside without a jacket. Ah. Oh no, I don't mind fighting there. I like it. I like getting the seals and stuff like that. It's just a matter of no Vikings. I mean, I'm sitting here actually of Scottish, Irish, and Polish origins here. No Viking blood at all, despite the beard braids. In probably the area with the absolute nicest weather in all of Canada. South. We don't generally get cold weather here. We don't get warm weather. It's just nicely in the middle. It was 17 Celsius today. We had terrible weather a while ago and it went up to 39. That was just deadly, but normally it's in the 15 to 25 range or something like that. Not bad. And every year we get snow, like maybe an inch. Some years no snow, which is not what people think of when they think of Canada. But this is the West Coast, and we do things differently. I don't know. Hello, Bosk. I don't know if I've ever actually... Even in Ontario, I don't think we had snow late. When I was in Petawawa, it was hot most of the time and then stupidly cold. And going out, unless you're going to include going out behind the ice skating rink and fighting with the the snow there. I have speed. I want to die quickly. Thank you very much, since I've been doing it a lot. Oh yeah, okay. Well, you're up in he's up in the interior. Much higher altitude, much nastier weather. You actually live in a desert. I live in a temperate rainforest, theoretically. Except I live in a city and there's no rainforest directly near me anywhere. Yeah, I remember which way to steer. Past Mr. Green-Plated Fiend. Past the dudes there. Past this. Kill the aggro. Well, see, that was the first mistake, working in the bush. Actually, I could see myself enjoying living up in the interior. I haven't really lived up there in like 30 years, but I bet. I do not want to die again. Not yet. Let me get some experience out of this. Nope, not gonna make it. Ah, there you go. Yep. I understand. Okay, the Dragon Zone is looking a little bit better now. Oh, man. I had a thing I was going to say. And it wasn't just, oh, I should make more coffee. Well, I should make more coffee. Since it's just me, we'll try the Dragon Zone again. Did you get your pinball machine working there, Bosk? Or at least get it further along? Bosk is streaming No Man's Sky and busy building a giant pinball machine in it. Or was the last time he streamed. You're saying go up over the hill? I can try that. These guys are aggressive, and I am going to die. Real quick. That was not a good plan, Big Point. Release. Doesn't cost me anything, but you know. Well, paying the healer. Wherever she is. There she is. I need to be higher level to get there. Okay, that's cool. It looks really interesting. It kind of almost tempts me. Do you mean go up and around like this? Avoid the heights? I mean, I can try going down the west wall here instead of the east wall, but all this stuff up here was ready to kill me. I mean, I can cross over here and do these guys too. That's true. Like past them and around the corner. The stuff up here I think was going to kill me too. So that's not so good. Need to get rid of the map for a moment so that I'm not blindly aggroed by something, because they got a good aggro range here. Oh look, Bridget's grave. That's my Buffbot's grave. Now, if they'd given Vampirs stealth the way I was hoping they would when they first decided they were going to create them, that would have been, you know, a whole other issue. Glimmer Ghoul. What kind are these? Glimmerlings. They're red. Or I can get killed by a Glimmer Ghoul here. Bring the map back up. Oh, you mean you went down to the Bog of Cullen? Oh, that's a whole different thing. Okay, gotcha. I thought you were talking about going down into this part here, which to me just looks like it's getting closer to the dragon's lair and is not going to go well. Let me try a red here. After a heal. And a campfire. They're not bad experience. That's just yellow. 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 It's the side of the hill that they're red. And orange. And probably spawning behind me. There we go. I'm losing my mind. Don't mind me. Two out of three up ain't bad. Okay, Bogger Cullen. I do recall that being a place that I've been before too. And I think it was right down in here. It was like giant toads or something. You pulled one and got two. Came with a bonus toad. Oh, somebody else out there. Hello? Give me another orange. Oh, well, yellow. That'll do. Trivial. Come here, I have a lovely rapier to show you. You'll heal it. Yes, click. What does it do? Turned in somewhere? Bonus level 30. But it doesn't have any stat. That's kind of odd. Okay, we sell this stuff. What does that do? Dex slash hits. Better armored than what I'm wearing, but not with the dex slash and hits. What do the boots I have? Dex and hits. Oh, actually, it is better. My fire go out? It did. Red. Drop another fire. Drop that. Have one of these. Don't need that. Yeah, well managed. This guy can do reds without any problem at all. Yellows tend to be sort of embarrassingly easy. Gotta like it. Yeah, it's really just a matter of plugging in the time. And this guy's actually not a bad one to explore with either. We'll take some haste, please. Well, really, the best one to explore with would be a nightshade. But I don't think I want to do a nightshade on a server I'm not sure absolutely I'm going to stay on. Come on, there's got to be somebody bigger here. Yeah, thank you. Come on, dude, get here. Oh, hey, big points. Does anybody ever organize the raids here? I mean, I know I'm not ready for a dragon raid, but, just out of curiosity. And the fire goes out. Figures. Oh, wow. Suddenly I have many people? I didn't miss a raid or something, did I? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't have any more than my thing shows, but it says 12 viewers. So I have to assume there's people watching on some platform it doesn't immediately recognize. Web browser. On a tablet or something. I don't know. Anyway, hello. If you haven't tried Vampiir... Okay, yeah. You should try Vampiir if you haven't. You're gonna be yellows. Oh no, orange. Hey. Well, yeah, there's BGs too for leveling and for the frontier and whatnot. I've seen that being promoted too. And I should look into that. It's probably much faster. Two, one, go. Have some haste. Maybe a heal. Sorry, health regen. I know it's going to slow down immensely when I get to 40 too. 40 as well. Unless they've scaled everything. I think they'd have to go from 4 times to about 8 times. 4 times, 6 times to 8 times and 12 times to keep up with it, though. Yes? How can I help you? Actually, that one I want. There we go. And the heal. It kind of popped right on top of me, though. Of course, something I hadn't thought about. Won't be till the end of September, but I was trying out New World, and it will be live September 28th, I believe. Now, that's going to be awfully tempting too, because that's a good-looking game, and made by people who really like this game. So they're trying to produce their own game, but you know, emulating some elements of DAOC at least, presumably. Got a very neat crafting system. I don't know about the faction system because it's not regional. It is definitely a PvP game, but you can turn your flag off. So nobody can force you to PvP, which is good. Thank you for volunteering. I was kind of hoping to do some healing, actually. Oh, my fire went out. They're very short-lived. That was it. Oh, well, there's somebody out there who I sincerely hope is playing a Vampiir in DAOC. Small mirrors from Demon's Reach will give you half a level for 20 per day. A lower level can farm them and trade. Huh, okay. That's funky. I didn't even remember Demon's Reach. Like, completely forgot about it. Can you XP off here? Could I get somebody to Demon's Breach or Reach or whatever it is and farm the seals with them, but turn their XP off so they never left? Here, closer. Which is a little cheesy, but you know. Didn't even remember it. Definitely getting aggro from above. Talk about death from above, eh? Okay, are those better legs? Con, Dex, and Quickness, 15. Than the DF ones, which are con... Yeah, actually, probably they are. Con, Dex, and Quickness, 15. And Con is not capped, but close. Dex is capped. And Quickness, yeah, those would probably be better. Capped, capped, not capped on Con. Capped on Strength. No, so I need something that's Con Empathy. Just to be complete here. Okay. So get to 10, turn off XP, and farm 20 seals a day and trade them, eh? You're going to be too far away, sir, aren't you? You are. Now you aren't. Well, that might be an interesting way to do it. Now, the big question, too, is going to be what spec I actually want to run with. You get a free respec at 20 and 40, I think. I don't remember what they cost otherwise. Have a nice fire. I am 38 Shadow Mastery at the moment. And there's some mixed specs I came across that I don't know if they're worth it or not, that were so much, either so much Embrace in Dementia or so much Shadow Mastery in Dementia, or all Shadow Mastery, all Vampire's Embrace, or all Dementia, basically. And I do not want to, I don't think I want to end up playing 3 or 4 of these guys, trying to decide which one I want to really play. But the alternative then is to pay for multiple respecs down the road to test them all out and decide if I like them or not. Have a sit. Oh. What do we got for money? 644. The bot has 275 on her, so we're getting close to the first plat here, which is nice. Either pet class and just heal, or I believe it's mana that gives you the damage shield in PBAOE. You're not talking vampires. I'm talking vampires. But yes. I'll have to try an enchanter. That's never a class I was tempted to try, actually. I don't know why. I think I just don't like the pets. Silly reason. Always nice when you can finish the fight with no damage taken. Nobody around to aggro me. Right, I gotta go check Alexander Nakarada out again on his Patreon and see what new music he's turned out. Okay, pull the top. We need haste and a heal. Right. Yeah, I'll give it a try. I have not played every class, by a long stretch, but that doesn't mean I wouldn't give them a shot to see if I like them. Okay, I am gonna go throw the... I am not. I'm gonna fight. Then I'm gonna go throw the kettle on. This is evidently a bad spot to camp. Probably there too. Go halfway down the hill and throw the kettle on and hopefully not die. I'll be back in a minute. Ugh. I may possibly have swallowed a little bit more whiskey than I should have. Come on. Fine, this one then. Now, the other thing is, I don't think I'm playing this guy very effectively. I'm just leveling up and it's not that difficult. But I have, like, rear attacks and everything else that I don't use. I don't do any positional stuff with them because it's not really needed. In RVR, it would probably be really good to get good at it. That fire is probably saving my butt here. 3 and a bit bubbles. To go. So that's not a hot, it's an adjustment to the regen rate. Health regen rate, you said. That's interesting. That probably means it scales more effectively. That's true. To me, it seems that why am I not able to attack this guy? Oh. Stupid frickin' buttons. One of the best things that the people that were rebuilding City of Heroes and City of Villains did was to let you right click on these and lock them. Oh joy. A little farther down the hill. Fire. Waste one of those. Illegal source object. I've burnt through them already, have I? Looks like I have. Invigs. No heals. Oh yeah, we're almost full too. They could do some work on varying the drops here. Can you buy a portable merchant here? Okay, again, risking aggro. I'm going to go pour my coffee so it drips. Okay. Well, for Cora, you said you got a new computer. That's what you need to install. Come play Brotherlands 2 until Atlas comes up. Okay, boss. You too. Yeah, I know. Oh, I died. I expected that would kind of happen. So yes, time to sell is going to go anyway. Oh, I should check out those gloves and stuff too. See if it's better than what I was wearing. Or if it matters. Is quickness capped? Yeah, the only thing that mattered was con and empathy. And yeah, we'll just sell it all. Be the dude. Thank you. Not those. Well, I'm getting money out of this, if nothing else. Okay. Oh, hello, Jim Minnesota TV. Welcome to the channel. Got to mute for a little bit. Okay, sure. Nice to meet you. Okay. Teleporter. Send me back to housing. I'm gonna buy some more crap. Specifically healing pots. But not at outrageously stupid prices like some people were charging there. That's the one I had, wasn't it? Yep. Can I buy another one? No. Doesn't take them off the menu. That's funny. Teleporter. Send me back to Mag Mel because I have no brain. Oh, can't do that. Can go that way. Trying to multitask isn't rewarded. And open a potion dealership after this. I'm running out of space in my system because these potions are not very good and efficient when you only have 9 per and not, 100 per. So this will be making me lose money down the road. And these aren't the good ones. Right. I should burn through those as much as possible. No. That. And the real deal. There. Now. It's the dungeon channeler. Strangely enough, that takes you to the Dragon Zone. I don't know why. Now, you were saying go south. And I haven't been in the Bog of Cullen in aeons. So I can check that out. And if not, it's not hard to find the Dragon Zone now, right? Couldn't be. Yeah, right up Bushiro Hills there. Diabras. Wow. Where the hell is the damn lookout? There. That's gonna kill me. Yeah, so that didn't go well. Welcome to the Bog of Cullen. Try that again. On tower. Okay. So 2 of them. Try and learn. Would be nice if I could somehow use a shield. I'll go back to the Dragon Zone. That was working better. Give me a damn horse then. I think it was just around the corner up there ahead. Yeah. And there should in fact be a grave marker to tell me where I was, right? Even if it doesn't show up very well. No? Oh no, because I died again. Right. Okay. Right. I'm forgetting how it works. One more fight and we'll be halfway there. Oh, I see some old friends out there. And one person I don't remember seeing before, although I have crappy memory, so if you've been here before and I've forgotten you, I apologize. Too far away. How's that one? Okay, how about this one? Jeez. Oh, actually, I can drop a fire anywhere. Oh, lovely. Just what I need when fighting a red. Some aggro. fire alarms in the universe are going off outside my window. I don't know if the sound's coming through or not, but there's a lot of them. Mind you, I live right downtown in the city, so... It's not a big city, mind you. Gonna have to go and look and see what the other specs of Vampiir are like, because I haven't really worked it all out yet. But if I get a respec at 40, I should maybe try doing that. You know, try it out. Try dementia or something. Might really suck the level with that. Okay. There we go. Hit the wrong one. Okay. Oh, really? Okay. That I can afford. Pretty sure. Is there like a button to switch to your previous spec? Strength, dex, quickness doesn't do me any good, guys. I'm already capped. There we go. Right. Yeah, I haven't done that yet, so I haven't got any prompts for, like, you need to pay the bill. But 1 gold is not exactly the end of the universe. We could do that. I had a target. I clicked on them. What happened? You're losing it. We need this. There we go. Is there any other ways you can buy respecs? I mean, the standard respecs down some dragon raids and stuff like that. But if nobody's doing those, then that's going to be somewhat of a problem, isn't it? Yeah, okay. I mean, usually I sit down with the character generator and work out what spec I'm going to play and check the forums and do all that stuff before I ever start leveling. I'm kind of fixated on that for whatever reason. This one I knew I was going to do the Shadow's Embrace because, or whatever, Shadow Mastery, because I figured I was soloing and I would want to have the speed and the haste and everything else just you know, I know I'm going to want that. I might as well just level up with that. And I have played this spec before. Don't think I've tried Dementia before. I might have. I did have a Vamp on live. Well, I still do. Oh, you're gonna aggro me, almost guaranteed. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, well, see, this is the thing. When I like a class, I want to try all the specs. And, oh, thank you. I want to try each of the specs, probably, or at least two of them. And, we'll see what works best. Problem with Dementia for me was I'm not nuts over the debuff thing, even though I liked it on my champion. But I guess I'll get to that when I get to that. There you are, you're gonna aggro me anyway. The problem, this game has too many classes. I could be continuously playing different classes on a regular basis and trying a whole different style of gameplay every time. 12 more seconds. This sucks, but it's coffee time. You're gonna aggro me anyway. There we go. I can believe, though, that the dementia fumble and things like that would be very frustrating to other players, which would make it fun. And I think they get the melee and magic damage resist, which goes up to 49% or something like that. That's got to be pretty effective too, I would assume. Kind of makes me want to have it all. No fire. Fire. Yeah. Which does sort of remind me of my champion. Oh, look at the aggro on that. Have the points? We sure do. The Vampiir does work very well when the mobs bring themselves in one at a time, with occasional breaks. I got all the power in the universe right now. Don't know which one's gonna fade sooner. Guess I'll find out. Yeah, so spaced apart far enough. Looks like I could fight reds all day. With the exception of the occasional ad. Yes, they would. Hey!
Kiwi is now a follower.
Hello, Crazed Kiwi. How you doing? Thank you very, very much. Have some applause. How you doing today? Okay. Don't see you. I mean, they could have just gone to the Twitch page and said, hey, I'll follow this guy. I've certainly done that myself. Nope. But awesome to have another follower, so good all around. Thank you very much. Whether or not you're here, thank you. Come on. The only thing, I wish this was like 6 seconds or something. They obviously don't assume I'm going to finish fights as quickly as I do. I also hit the buttons way too often. I don't know if you can hear the ticking sound there of me impatiently striking keys. I do that way too much. Probably everybody does that, because things just don't happen fast enough. Nobody to aggro above. We're forced to tackle the floor of the valley. Which is fine. This should finish off this bubble. Yeah. Fine. Look at somebody with their fancy elder nature wolf. Well. No, that one's mine. That one was mine. Fine, this one. But now I have to wait for 13 seconds for the timer to go. Or simply aggro them. Wake up. Thank you. Wrong one. I think whoever came up with this class was being very clever. It's substantially different than every other class in the game. So, you know, it's unique. I don't think there's anything else really close to it. And it's fun enough to play. Not clicking on him somehow. And since you are going to be spending a fair amount of time doing the same thing, whether or not it's RVR or PvE or raids or whatever, it's nice to have a class that has some variety to it, but is different from everything else that I've played. It's actually quite nice. Now maybe that could be said about many classes. I don't have that many that come to mind. I mean, they're all a little different. Sometimes they're quite a bit different, but really different is, you know, Animist. Or this guy. Or probably Banshee. Never tried one of those. Don't know if they suck or not. Thank you for your aggro. Saves me some time. No, there's some that are similar, but yeah, I like that too. They're each one is a different view of a way to play this game, and I do like that. Probably two more and I level. I mean, the way you approach RVR or PvE or anything like that, between playing an enchanter and playing a thane is pretty huge. You get a whole different tool set, and the tools are substantially different while still being entertaining. And that's kind of cool. This Glimmerling should do it. There we go, 39. Yay me. And I have a bunch of junk to sell. And my inventory was almost full anyway. So, you know, what the hey. I'll kill this guy to get one more item. Or this guy. Or I'll die in the process, which is also possible. But it's just an orange and a yellow. No, didn't do it there. Anyway. You've been in combat recently and cannot use this item. Well, that's kind of annoying. Wonder how long the break is. Actually, I guess it doesn't really matter if I move if it's doing that. No. Fine, be that way. Or you guys could gang up and kill me, and then I don't have to use up my fort, right? Now, where were we, other than getting aggroed? Here. You have been in combat. Oh, it's very short. Okay. I don't think I've noticed anybody else showing their level. That's odd. Unless it's something you can turn on that I just never noticed, which is entirely possible. Here, dude. Let me flog some crap to you. And yes, I'm sure I could sell by pouch. I don't know if that's here or not. It was on Phoenix. But when I used it on Phoenix, I kept screwing myself up. So I stopped. There, we're 8.5. That's not bad. Oh, now there's more of you. Hello. Okay, we have enough points to do one. 39, give me anything? No. I can do that, which doesn't give me anything either, but it'll do more damage. So there's that. Now, there was a thing I was going to check. Still got 3 of those. That's all right. And more. Oh, I got more than that. I got 5. Okay, 6. Hey. Means I can move some of this stuff down. I'll remember what I'm doing eventually. Okay, that's full, that's full. That has cinders, which needs to come down here and then get swapped because I'm at least that ADD-ish, I guess. Okay. So that was level 35, I think, to 39. Not that bad. Not really quick, but not bad. I think, though, that since I've been at it for 5 hours, I am going to stop. But what I'm going to do is see if I can raid my my friend Bosk. And I don't know if you're interested in No Man's Sky or not, but I thought I'd raid him because, well, he's a really nice guy, and I've known him for 40 years. So hopefully you'll check him out. Got that right. Good. Boom. Okay, so I'm going to start the raid, but thank you very much to all of you. It's been awesome to see you and talk with you and everything else, and I hope to see you again soon. Okay, that's not much of a raid.